an emergency. Level 1 alert.
Omega-1 restarting. Alpha-1 genome restructuring. Confirming exon replacement. Base code 85 million. 100 million. Its speed is overwhelming. Alpha-1 to raise your central. Access confirmed. Initializing fake net. Disconnected. Activating emergency shelter. Denied. Contamination is spreading widely. Captain.
Cut off the cables manually.
Roger. Activating self-destruct bolts. Confirming. No good, nothing happened. Omega-1, they are attacking. We can't stop them. 98% of our weapons have been taken over. The autopilot system Faust has been accessed, and its phase space logic is being rewritten. Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode. Alpha-1, confirming transfer of coordinate codes. Coordinates input, coordinate NX128, EZ061. The main planet.
Damn. So they're planning on attacking. Engine room. Activate the emergency sealing system. Engine room. Engine. See that all civilians and passengers are safely transported to the escape shuttles. I will send a dispatch after evacuation is complete. I am evacuating the ship. All of you, evacuate now.
Evacuate. Evacuate. Evacuate the ship immediately. All passengers please board the shuttles in a calm and orderly fashion.
Alright, welcome back to Xenogears. When I'm alone. Ellie ditched me. No, I ditched her. Wait, this way. Wasn't me. I'm gonna find what's his face. Satan. Hey you, aren't you the one from the dedication? You're under arrest. Get in that door. What you're going to do to me? As I suspect that you know nothing. Citan, why are you here? I saw Bart's image on the bird vision in the dedication. You saw that too, Doc? Yes, but I did not see either of you. Soon after, I heard there was an intruder at the second floor of the Arrebado grounds. I suspected it was probably you, so I waited here. After that, I did not hear anything about the capture of any intruders. How did you know I was going to be here? The best possible way to sneak into the palace is through the dust chute. And to get back to the third floor, one must pass through this observation tower. I've always been thinking, do you think you could possibly be a little more subtle? When infiltrating enemy ground, the most basic thing to do is to be stealthy. With the amount of activity you have stirred up, you could even wake up the dead. Well, I was actually trying to be subtle. By the way, what happened to Ellie? Was she not with you? Ellie, she went back home. She really shouldn't have any relation with us land dwellers. She already has such a wonderful parent. I see. Yes, it may have been better for her that way. Let us head for the dust chute then. Yeah. Now Faye, stay very close to me. That way it does not pick up on your presence. Doug, hold on. Can you get past here? According to Ellie, only first-class citizens and military personnel can pass through. Well, that is... Probably they have not deleted my ID from the days I was in the military. And it is still stored in a databank. My, how the Solaris monitors are sloppy. Yeah, something's fishy. I don't know. Come on. Guess they are not here anymore. Am I supposed to... Was it this one? Hey, I think I'm back. Sorry about that. Kid stuff. I can probably get in with the Switch. Card needed to activate the access. Please insert card. Now go. What shall we do? What shall we do? Didn't you have a plan? No, I'm afraid not. I assumed we would just figure something out. Wait. Why, Ellie? It is you. Ellie, what are you doing here? Well, after that, when I was crying, my mother came to me and said, "Go with them." Ellie. Ellie, I think you should live your life the way you wish. If your loved ones are in a crisis, you can desert them. Mother, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I know, but there's no doubt that you're my child. No matter what happens, you're my sweetheart. Mom. Now, you'd better hurry. Yes, take care, Mom. Oh, controlling. But it was just a cutscene. How do I get out of here? Oh. Ellie, take this. Received army keycard. Father? To be human is to be able to pick your own path in life. Father. It looks like the military police are here. The Imperial Guard? Why are you here instead of the military police? What? What are you doing? The intruder fled. My daughter has nothing to do with this. You can, Lord Eric. Turn your daughter over to us. Lord Krelian's orders. Lord Krelian? What does he want with my daughter? What? You mean Gazelles? You do not need to know. Take her. Leave my daughter alone or else. Father? What? Lord Eric, have you lost your mind? I'm perfectly fine. Leave her alone. Lord Krelian's orders are the Emperor's orders. You'll realize what will happen to your rank if you disobey this order. You'll be demoted to third-class citizen. I know. But even if it's Lord Krelian's order, I will not allow my daughter to be Gazelle's test subject. Ellie, go. I'll take care of this. But don't worry about me. Go help Faye. Father? Father, Mother, Ellie. The Ministry. Ministry? Father said that too. What is the Ministry? He will find out. Let's go back. We gotta save him. We can't. If you go now, they'll catch you too. My parents will be fine. Their military records should protect them. If necessary, I'll turn myself in after everyone is rescued, and that will settle it. But let's go. Something might happen to them while we're just talking here. I am worried for Ellie's family, but her father risked his life to get us this card. We must go on. Yeah. But in this filthy place, spare me. What I would not give for my old bathtub now. Do you not agree, Faye? Okay, let's go. Did he turn it on? It hurts, damn it. Hey, what's up, Samuto? How you doing? Oh, shit. Oh my god, I have to turn it on again. Oh, I think I saw that Rubik Cube somewhere today. No, probably not. I think it was like sub-me mode, to think of it. What's up, Tux? How are you doing? What the? What? I mean to attack that. There we go. Oh, he's still alive. I thought he would kill him. Wow, that was terrible. Alright, some healing. Didn't he have... What happened to my magic? What are you guys up to? Oh, that's probably why he was dying, come to think of it. Didn't put any gear on him. You should play Elden Ring. What am I supposed to do here? I was talking with someone today about kind of that stuff. Just give me a second, I'm trying to figure this out. had a like heal all item or something. I should probably use these things. But anyway, yeah, when I was trying to watch Better Call Saul, I was thinking about streaming it on Paramount Plus or whatever. Phew. We barely escaped from getting trashed. Aren't I just back? Yeah, I think I did something wrong. But it would be like $60 just to watch Better Call Saul. So I went and got the season pass on iTunes for $25. What did I do wrong here? Oh, it is the door. And oh, okay. Couldn't you just buy it somewhere? Wait, what do you mean you don't own it? Didn't you just buy it on a Steam sale? Upsteak. Stop stealing mana. Well, go get a refund. Buy Elden Ring. I don't know, it's on sale on Amazon. Ooh, they still have the collector's edition. $250. Comes with a waifu statue. I could sell my... That reminds me, I'm hungry. I could sell my, what was her name? Red from Transistor statue. To buy that statue instead. Wow, there's some food here. Let's have a bite here. You're right. We don't know what will happen, so we shouldn't ask too much. What about you, Doc? No, I'm fine, thank you. Are you sure? Then excuse us. Let's eat. Let me gross. Ew, I'm full. Well then, let's go. I was expecting something. I want to play more of Elden Ring, but I've already played it twice. I would probably play it on my brother's account, so that I can get a duplicate weapons. Defense down, magic defense down. magic defense down, okay. Yeah, I still even haven't played Spider-Man games. I don't own them as far as I know. I know I don't have Miles Morales Spider-Man. Oh. It's probably because I drink the monster drinks. The coffee ones. Monster Java. I actually stopped drinking Monster last year. After my surgery, I stopped drinking them. Is this what we ate earlier? Oh no! Why didn't he tell them? Why didn't he tell them? Oh my god. I just realized this is where they make Soylent Green. That's what they said yesterday. And he let them eat it. Is this what we ate earlier? I see. The medicine we normally use is made here. Why sit on? I have some Spider-Man game on PS3. I think there were two on PS3. So I don't know which one I have. And then I still have Sealed Spider-Man 2 on PS2. And then I have the two Spider-Man games for PlayStation 1. Like Enter Electro or something. Some other one, excuse me. Yeah, I think they have like full, like max defense until you hit them. And then it decides if they have magic defense or physical defense. And I was reading your message, so I don't know which one's which. I always wanted to play the... was it the Game Gear? Spider-Man? It had that hub. Green Goblin, I think. And he was always gliding around and... Oh man, I missed the Game Gear, but shit. It took 6 batteries every day just to play. First superhero game I played was Batman, but I don't know what system it was on. It was a clone computer of something. My friend had it and we had to load it up with cassettes. Right now I don't know which way I came in here. Input code. I can't input Moist's code 6969 and I can't do her other code 420. Am I supposed to know the code? Okay. Four, 1, 3, 2. Oh, I got really lucky the first time. 2, 2, 3, 1. Wait. I wasn't watching it. It's something 2, something 1. One, 2, 4, 1. I'm confused. I can't do 350. What's 350 though? I don't know, maybe I got lucky. One, 4, 3, 3. Two boxes. I don't get this though. Well, whatever. But yeah, I gotta start playing that Dead by Daylight so I can help you out some. Okay, defense, defense, magic, magic. Foreign object detected. Discharging object. Damn, we can't go forward. The sensor control room should be in there. If you turn off the foreign object detector, you will be able to move forward. Magic. Also magic. Nice money though. treasure. What's in here? Battle. I was again looking for, well, I was looking at, Silent Hill sealed on eBay. Someone has it there for $8,000. What was that? Like something was shutting down. Ooh. Pop jerky. Bank. Lock of code. Foreign object detector. Lock of code 0101. Wait a minute, how am I supposed to enter 0? Item 1, lock of code. Item 2 is 1111. How to input. Input upper row code only. Select from 1 to 4. Select an input to see calculation result in the lower row. When inputting the upper row, according to the value of the lower row, the value of the lower row is determined. What? When the light is on, 1. When light is off, 0. Okay. It's just binary, really. Well, I did get the items, so I just need to turn up the detectors. Oh, just noticed. She gets insta-killed by heal. Everyone? Wow, what a fail. Okay, maybe she needs more than 50 this time. So I gotta do 0, 1, 0, 1. Right. Or do I need to... 0... Shit. Zero, 1, 0, 1. Let me see. That would be 0, 1, 0, 1, but I don't think that's it. Yeah. There we go. I got it. I played Resident Evil before, so I'm really good with puzzles. Now, which one should I take? That's the... Nothing here. Yeah, I knew that I needed to get it on the bottom, but I think it's easy, you know, once, like, if you start from blank, but then you shuffle it and it gets harder. I need to rewire all my capture card stuff. Also need to get the double-sided Velcro. So I can put the capture card kind of like on the side of the desk. What am I supposed to do now? taunted. Defense, magic. I think I should kill them all. No. I can't jump. What am I supposed to look for? What was the point of turning that off then? I wish these battles would stop here so I can actually look around. Defense, defense. Magic, magic. Like I said, I don't mind random battles. Until I have to like find something or I'm doing a puzzle. And then it's constantly interrupting. What? I can't go that way. And I can't go that way. And I can't jump. Maybe there's something over there. God damn it. So another bridge, I think. Okay. Oh, I think I know. She might have like 49 health. But then I healed her. No? Dang it. This way. 50 something. I actually never thought about the levels. 61, 59, 59. It's not like in Dragon Quest, they always show you the levels. I wonder what kind of meat this is. Yak. I don't want to see where they make it. Wait, Faye. You ate that food. Consider that fact when you open that door. What about that canned food? What is it? What's supposed to be there exactly? See for yourself. They better kick him. This can't be. No, you must be kidding. What is this? What the hell is this? What? Soylent System. The Organism Experiment Lab and its disposal facility in Solaris, and the production facility for food and medicine to maintain the limiter seal. Akuvi's Wells Reapers were also made here. Ellie, do you remember Dominia's words during our infiltration of Shevat? Here is the answer. People of her native country served as one of the origins for Wells, the M-Plant. They were used that way because of their peculiar abilities. She's the last survivor. Ellie's father, Eric, used to be the superintendent of this facility. He was involved in the research with Maria's father. Don't be ridiculous. My fathers never take part in such a thing. Naturally, Eric always had pangs of guilt. So he kept as many land dwellers as possible under his protection as third-class citizens. Then he resigned. That's why he is on the administrative staff of Special Forces now. My father did that? No, it can't be true. Now get up, Faye. Get up and look it over. Could this be true, Doc? This is reality. Let's go. Lamb chops. Dum, 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 dum. He did. This way, right? Yeah. To end a person's life and then consume their flesh. Is that permissible? Ooh, safe. So apparently disc 2 is like 10 to 16 hours. I just know I got 2 refunds from Amazon that one time. I'm just looking at the orders. I've ordered Judgment and Lost Judgment together, but I only returned Lost Judgment. But they refunded me for both games. What is this? Kind of reminds me of this music reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, I knew they refunded me twice, but I didn't know why. And now I'm looking at the orders and it says return complete on both. Oh well. Yeah, I returned Lost Judgment because it was a European copy. And I didn't want to do... It was a seller called Pro Games USA. But they are based in France. And I search on Twitter for their name, and somebody 4 years ago complained about them also. So I replied, ooh, treasure, how do I get there? I replied, they're still doing it today to that guy. And Amazon's like, oh, sorry to hear that, how can I help you? I'm like, you can't, I already returned the game. Look, I already injured myself just trying to mow the lawn, okay? I'm not gonna simulate an injury this time. How are you doing, Moist? Magic, magic. I don't know if you just heard me, but I found out why I got those 2 refunds. Well, I was just looking at my orders and they refunded me for the other game. That's why I got the refund. Even though I only sent in that one game. And no, they didn't demand their money back. I don't have it anymore. It was their fault. Well, you asked for too little. I was offering you $69.69. Actually, this week has been pretty chill. I had to write 2 checks on Monday, 1 Tuesday, and 1 Wednesday so far. I set my alarm right for like 2 p.m. And it's just to check the phone if you left me a message to deposit stuff. And if he hasn't, I just go and sleep for another hour. They should make a vulva trimming simulator. Actually got an ad for that on Instagram today. Like, you do know much about me, Facebook. You think I'm a girl. I should post it in memes, that ad. No, I follow Box Cutter and another Filipino friend. And I follow Zixa and another childhood friend. And one other guy that used to stream. Then that one guy that was here during Dracula. I follow my brother. There might be some guy photographers, but then it's like mostly women. Yeah, he said he wants to get one in March. I'm gonna have to buy one. I need a lot of stuff. It's everything's old. I mean, it's a... Oh, what am I doing? I haven't been paying attention to the fight. It's not that I care that it's old, that's not the point. But it's dying. That's the problem. Oh, I don't care about the support. It's the other stuff. Was it just that? No, not equipment. Like the phone without a charger stays on for like 90 minutes. Was it that one dating app? Oh. I totally forgot about this. How do I unlock this door? Yeah, there's a lot of apps that stop working. I still have iPhone 4S. But even then it has some apps that never get updated to the Retina display from iPhone 3GS. Defense, magic, defense. Nope, nope. Why would it stop working? I'm still running Discord on iPhone 6. Yeah, 6. Shoot. I got myself all turned around. I mean, you can still use Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm not using it as a phone. That's not my my main phone. I'm just using it for what's that? Steam chat. Stream chat. The only app, I mean it still works, but it doesn't get updates anymore, is Apollo. And it's just a Reddit client. I can't, the screen sucks. The screen was all like gray and inverted. I don't know what happened. I think either the GPU is bad or the ribbon to the display is bad. Yeah, I need to get rid of this thing. Should maybe buy just used one the same. It's probably $50 now. Oh shoot. I don't know where I am right now. I think here. Let me see. eBay. Whoa. What is this thing? A gear? No, look. The surface of the armor isn't segmented. It's the same as Bart's gear. And Wari. And the gear we saw in Shevat. It's an Omni-gear. But this thing is huge. Yes, it's got to be around 3 times as powerful as our gears. But this is Solaris's Omni-gear. Ooh, prison. Well, scratch that it's not $50. They still want $100+ for these things. It's 8 years old. Yo, long time. It's me, the one who owned that dog in Kislev. I may look like this, but the dog's doing fine. Please don't think about letting me out. Even though I'm still conscious, eventually I'll be Soylent Green. The elevator is locked. No, I don't think I want a tablet anymore. It might be because it's bad that I'm not using anymore, but because of the screen, but I don't know. Good day. What? I just freed you. But yeah, I was still thinking about getting that new Amazon Kindle Fire. I don't know yet, we'll see. I mean, it's just for Twitch chat. Because I like that with the phone or the iPad, whatever, it remembers people's names if I type them enough times. So like when I do shoutouts, I just do exclamation SO and Arma is the first one that comes up. Or Archie. Or if Box Cutter shows up, I just do B and then I can fill it in easily. You opened it. I told you not to open it. My mind. Let's see if they have sale on the one I want. It's a brand new one, like they released it 3 weeks ago. It's 70... no, wait. I think it's $60. Also, 8 inches is too big, most. My dog, please, take care of him. Muscle belt, nice. Help me, my body. I think everyone's gonna be dead before I can use that. Anyway, how did you sleep with the guard? I bet. I mean, I don't know nothing about sleeping with anything in my mouth. The elevator is locked. Oh yeah, didn't you mention something about drooling before you went to bed? Another one? I kind of feel like eating you up. There was a scream. Did I imagined it or something? But there was a scream just like it when I entered that one room before I entered it. Maybe you were thinking of a nice big pineapple pizza. That's why you were drooling. Wow. This is not good. Good thing I just saved. Alright, bring some cake. I said cake. Wait a minute. Angelic Road. Ooh, this is really good. Huh? What opened? I will. Doot. Alright, what's in this box? What's in the box? Upsteak. Ooh. Ooh, there's a treasure. No, that's not a treasure. That's a bench. Someone took my gear? Somebody took my Metal Gear collection, though. I'm just kidding. I don't think that happened yet. How are you doing, Warthog? Oh, yeah. I'm way past that. Probably 20 hours past that. Just can't use them here indoors. Ooh, nice. It's my first time. I mean, I'm liking it. Obviously, this game would... I don't want to say it would be better on PlayStation 2 because they did make Xenosaga. And I didn't like it much. But this game would be better with voice acting. Defense, 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 defense. Oh, okay. I don't know, I think a lot of the reading just kills the flow. But that might be just me. I can't do different voices. If I could do different voices, I would be like a millionaire. No. Then I wouldn't need to make voices. There was a guy, I might be following him, but he hasn't streamed. He was actually doing voiceovers and stuff. And he was playing Ni no Kuni 1. And he was doing voices for everything. I wonder if he did the streaming to kind of like pimp himself, you know? If someone needed voiceover work. Excuse me. When he was doing voices and accents. Have you been, Warthog? Have you been playing anything? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, nice. Gold nugget. I need to sell them. I haven't sold yeah. Single one of them. What game? Or is it secret? Going to be a cooking stream, I know. Oh, Minecraft. Nice. I saw a video today and I don't know why it was in my YouTube feed or whatever. But some guy posted finish the game how Mojang meant it to be finished. and like the thumbnail was Mojang approved or something. But I never played Minecraft, so I wouldn't know. I didn't even know you could finish that game. Moist once tried to teach me how to cook, and we burned down the house. I mean, I burned down the house. Where am I supposed to go? There's no map. Did I check here? Yeah, that was the one on the table. Lock off, okay. Lock on, lock off, lock on, lock off. Yeah, the closest I got to Minecraft was playing Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2. Oh. I know where this is. I did get the Minecraft dungeons, but I haven't played it yet. This place is weird. They make me go, let's say, to the left. Just kept going and going. Then they showed me the Xenogears. And I made it back to the right side just to open a door. Yeah, I got it recently, the Ultimate Edition or whatever. Probably controlled by the adjacent panel. You could have just said it's locked or something. I would understand. Oh, okay. I know where this is. This took me back down here. Am I going the right way or am I going back? It's the mother brain from Chrono Cross. That's a huge fish. Left. Shoot. Don't open it. Hey, would you open the door? What? It's easy, just press on that panel over there. Why would they put a lock panel next to the cell? Thanks. In return, I'll eat you. Not tonight. I think somebody's gonna die. Please attack Ellie. Please. Oh, never mind. We have to find all of them now. Kill me. Most of them, maybe. Come on, man. Help, I can't control. Don't kill me. That scream reminds me of what was the name of that game? With the scissor man? Clock Tower. Damn, I keep forgetting she gets healed with punches. Thanks, Faye. That was fantastic. Should probably cure the other people first. Or at least one of them. Come on. Alright, how many more? We were turned into the wells as an experiment. Come on, Faye, let's go. Yeah, I was going to. I'm usually just reckless anyway. I paid for it a few times. Yeah, let's fight. I mean, I have nothing else to do tonight. Yeah. I think by midnight. Oh, damn. I think it's almost midnight wherever Arizona is. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. New York. Wait, what? I'm a human. I used to be. It's gonna be at least 2 more fights. Weird. I was looking at a tweet that Resident Evil 2 remake sold 10 million, but it's in Japanese. But their number is 1,000 thousands? Right? $10 million. 10,000. So it has to be 1,000 10,000s. You look tasty. It's gonna be some weird unit measuring unit they use. Like a unit of 10,000s. Hey, what's up, Erixia? How you doing? Japanese. 10,000 unit. Okay, so their system goes to 10,000. And then you would have a sign for 10,000 and start with 1 again. That makes sense. I'm good. I was just looking at a tweet that announced that Resident Evil 2 remake sold 10 million, but the tweet was in Japanese and it said 1,000. So I was trying to figure out why. And I found out that Japanese go up to 10,000 and then it kind of resets. Wait, what? I didn't know I was the cutest of the cuties. Shoot. What? What do you mean? Then who? Seems like a boss fight. Bloody bros. And I'm out of mana. So did they just hit for all or one? I thought you said you like it slow, not that you're slow. It wasn't me, it was the other guy. Ah, finally, jeez. That only took forever. Ooh, I missed this treasure box. Ooh, save point. My favorite part of the game. Being at the save point. I'm always being blamed for nothing. I tell you. See, this is what happens when you hug. You take damage. Hey, no sucking, okay? That's lewd. But thank you for stopping by, Pyrexia. Have a good night. Enjoy your tomorrow then. Damn, I just used it and it worked. Now it's broken. Gonna be dreaming of Erica. I'm nearing 200,000 gold. Is nobody here just mutants? Maybe they run the asylum here. Hope she can kill them with that magic. Nope. I think everyone started on the same day. Nah, beef is behind me. I know that. I think. I haven't actually watched yesterday. Should I be turning this on? I like this music. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, sometimes it happens. How are you doing, by the way? Magic and defense. Is it just a display thing? You good? Nice. Another battle. Defense, magic. Nice. I wasn't sure about those two. Correct. I think how am I supposed to remember this? Dum 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 dum. Is it the same thing? Or am I just deaf? I think it's all the same, right? What's that sound? That is... It is probably an audio signal password. Well, I think it was the right one if I'm just supposed to... If I had to choose. Oh. Wow, I can move two at the same time. I'm just battling and chilling, I guess. Magic, magic, magic. I think that one is defense. What? I mean, I'm confused. I almost said I'm not confused. Whatever, just lift it all up. Which way did I come from? I hate these guys. I'm tired of this enemy. Excuse me. Magic. Defense. Magic. Magic. I don't think I like this dungeon. I mean, no, that's not true. I just don't like those enemies. That's all. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It's all the same. I can barely remember it and I'm just in here. Like if I get in fight in those hallways and I'm in an intersection, I actually don't know which way I came from. Sometimes you face north, but when you get out of the battle, they face you south. Stop stealing my mana, you. Only 1 gold for that. I received BJ. Okay. Next. I see where they wasted all the money in these terrible labs. Dark armor. Did I already have a dark hat? Dark helm, my bad. It's not a hat. Why not? What is this stuff? Game, I'm just looking. Why am I getting in combat just by standing? Oh shit. Magic, magic. I wasn't paying attention to the first two. Yeah, never mind. Okay, it's everyone's magic. No mana. I kinda wish you could see the mana on screen. No, we need a, what is it, ABT bar? It's useless. Active ATB, right? Active time bar. I never found them useful, really. Just a waste of space. OG. OG. magic, physical. I gotta be going backwards, right? Yeah, right. Right, that's the way I came in and I went right. Now this is the left. In a battle. I actually haven't been paying attention. Oh, you two mofos. There is a console for inputting the password. Activate the audio signal with the up, down, left, right directional buttons. Press cross button to finish. Press circle to exit. In what's up, down, right? No. Almost drunk that with time. Thank you for the follow, by the way. No name. No, names are all gone. Damn. Down, up, down. I'm not running back, it's too far and too many battles. It sounded right to me. Wait, maybe it's... No. Audio signal confirmed. Deactivating door lock. Got it. I want pizza tacos. Defense, 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 magic. Magic. It did sound different. I don't get the point of that room, to be honest. Because you pull up those three objects, they give you the same tune. The computer gives you the same tune. It was all confusing. And then it didn't even sound like the tune. I don't know. People seem to like the official strategy guide. Maybe I should have downloaded it and looked through it. Yeah, I still have a lot of them in some box. Is it all the same? Oh, wait. There's a treasure. I don't think I have this one though. I would have to look through it. First I would have to remember what I put. Wizard of Gears. Wait, what? Defense. No, wait. Magic, magic, magic. Defense. Oh, crap. Again, I'm out of mana. Yeah. Pretty good. Not as good as me, but pretty good. And I'm just being lazy. If I was good at this game. Oh my god. Oh no. I hate these guys. Defense magic. Magic. Physical. Ah, something got in my eye. Wait, what? My god, they weren't ready yet. Oh, I can't believe that. Nice. I thought it was magic. Ah. You make sandwiches out of them? My mom, my parents rather, they buy tortilla chips I should say, but they never get salsa. And when they get salsa, they never get tortilla chips. Physical magic, physical magic. You're hungry? I got some banana. Do you want it? I swear they changed. Confused. Crap. I think this way. Ooh, VR. This is the VR that drills your brain out. Yeah, I only got it when I was younger. This dungeon is tiring me out. He also changed the battle intro. It used to shatter. Now it's like a ripple. Physical, physical, magic, physical. I think I should maybe restore my mana. Oh my god, this way? In here. This way. Don't get into combat. Nothing here. Wait a minute, that's not... What? Don't tell me I missed on treasures in those other rooms. Oh, he can punch through that. Doesn't Legend of Legaio or Dragon have similar input system? Coho. Damn, now I have to go back and check. So I think to the right is what I proceed, but I gotta go back to the left. Right would be... southeast, was it? Nice, he should be able to break this too. No, okay. You're not as good as the other guy. Physical, magic, physical. God damn. How did I miss those chests? Okay, at least it's something else. I mean, as long as it's not the stupid cubes that are not cubes. Yeah, they don't bug me much except during puzzles, if there's like a puzzle in the area and it's interrupting my thinking. And like in the maze areas like this. Well, right now, also kind of backtracking because I missed these items when I just want to be done with this place. Okay. Now go straight. Or turn right. Oh shit. This never ends. Oh, her. Nope. There we go. I finally remembered that she dies to that stuff. Because I forgot last 3-4 times. Wait a minute, what's going on here? What is this place? Holograms of us? Why are there holograms of us in Solaris Place? Choo-choo, primitive animal. Comments, unusable, Anu and dispose. Emeralda, codename Emeralda. Enter response, not available. Ether response, never mind. Maria, unusable. Bay. Does he have a number? Immediate disposal desired. Hey Purple, how you doing? Ellie. Approval for retrieval and necessary analysis granted. Comments? None. Upon then, animus retrieval scheduled for animus adjustment. Schedule for animus adjustment. Dispose. Oh shit, he has a lot. Created by Ethos as an experimental mixture used by the Kislev Battling Association to measure battle potential. The data has been transferred transferred. Scheduled for animus adjustment. Okay. Speed drink S. Speed S. What you been up to? No. Oh, he doesn't have mana. Okay, whatever. Magic, magic, magic. Forgot he can't. Yeah, it's too late for that. No. Well, never mind. Did I use it? No. I changed my mind, that's what it was. What happened? Whatever. Huh? This one wouldn't open either. This way. Why is the deactivation code for the door? Doc, wait. What did she say? I didn't catch the last. Sorry, I'm looking at the feed. Doc, wait. What's this facility for? This place was not meant to be. This place was not meant to be seen. Oh. This place was not meant to be seen since the origin of time. This facility centers around the Emperor and the Ministry's longevity experiments. The origin of time? Yes, 10,000 years ago. Beings called humans were born here. The first were the Emperor and the Ministry's elders. How could a human live 10,000 years? Now only the Emperor is left. His destiny is to never die. However, the ministry is different. Once during the Diabolos invasion, the ministry elders died losing their bodies. Now the Solaris governing ministry exists as data in memory banks. Each of their personalities are bits of data. It's the data on the memory bank. Having neither flesh nor souls, they are just binary numbers. They both exist and do not exist at the same time. After the fall, wanting to resurrect their bodies and create a worthy vessel, they transferred a research facility that was the one Soylent System on the land to Etrenog. Eventually, the facility was no longer only for the Emperor's life and the Ministry's resurrection, but it began producing food and drugs with additives that controlled the public. The memory cube Faye and them were using was meant for obtaining living data. Of course, the Ethos also sent various data to help. That means we were living for those elderly people of Gazel? Yes. They're transferring and taking living data via memory cubes to the ministry so they can use them to resurrect their bodies? Yes. You mean those mutants getting disassembled at that factory were too? Basically, they wish to reuse the useless drugs. That's horrid. How could they? Hold on, Faye. Something's not right. Sit down. How would you know that? Not even the government or the army know such things. What? Come to think of it, it seems like we took the long way here on purpose. There must have been a faster way to Bart and them. Also, the route to get to this block can even be downloaded on the map. So how did we know that what street we were on? Doc, didn't you also find out? That's impossible. First of all, that partition we took to get into this block, that panel was displayed to be P4's facility. Even a high-ranking officer of Solaris can get in here. You think they'd leave a facility like that unlocked and open? And you could open it? Who exactly are you? Hey, wait a minute. It could have been luck. Something's wrong. You were able to get into Solaris under martial law, sneak into the palace, get through a P4 level door, and even learn the purpose of the P4 facility. How is that possible? Even Father, I'm sure it was possible you were in Solaris then. Even Jesse, who was also in Solaris then, didn't know the motive behind the M project. So sit down. Why do you know? You know even more details than Maria. Something's not right. I know it. Ellie, I'm not done. I should have noticed sooner, Citan. Who are you? What? Hey, you okay? Ellie? 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 Doc, sit down. Damn, got us. Ellie, sit down. Where are you? Yeah, I did. And then it was planned as Chrono Trigger sequel, but then it just happened to be Xenogears. Ellie. Doc, you there? What? What? Huh? This is... Can't get it. This is... What is this? Why are you showing me this? Who did this? Ellie, Doc. Where are you? Where? You brought about this spectacle. That voice is one which haunts you. Cursed, untouchable one. O God's beloved child, those who prevent our prayers, get, destroy, burn with God's fire. What? Doc? These guys, what is this? Bart? Billy? Doc? What's going on? What are you all? Doc, answer me. One of the Solaris guardian angels is here. Yuga Rigdo. This man is Cain, receiving the orders from the one known as Emperor. You've entered this realm and have been under his continued supervision. Solaris guardian angel, monitoring me? Oh yes. We've guided Solaris and even selected the animus which have been drawn to you, and guided you here to Solaris. The animus is needed for our resurrection. These are our bodies. This what we possess. Yes, this is the only reason we exist. The bodies of Bart and the others belong to you? Is that true, Doc? What they are saying? Why so apprehensive? Is it that you were sold out by one you trusted? I'm not talking to you guys. Doc, answer me. 3 years. For 3 years I have been by your side. I had to determine whether you were going to be our enemy or not. Revenge? Yes, the enemy. Your existence is a threat to us. It was necessary to keep an eye on you. The one who ordered you to be watched was Cain. We were planning on the maturation of the animus and your termination. We also sent Hyuga to you. However, every attempt to terminate you has failed because of that good-for-nothing trash. Even so, we now possess animus. Hyuga has fulfilled his duties well. Is that it? You were in with these guys? That's why everyone. Why? You've had your way all this time with us, land dwellers. You already own the world. What more do you want? You must know by now that we plan to resurrect God. God will awaken from his longer slumber after man has populated the land. Then Mahanon too will awaken. Aerial Paradise Mahanon. The place fell to earth. Paradise. That may be a proper description. Our ark. In a center block, Lord Mahanon is sealed in. That is the source of God's wisdom, a paradise of knowledge. Using that knowledge, we will resurrect the awakened God and build our ark to take us both into the great universe. The construction of our ark to reign over God's forces in this great universe. The creation of an angel, Malak, the M project, was for that very purpose. What do you mean? We are orphans in this universe. We were thrown away onto this planet in solitude along with God. We humans were not born of this planet, on this planet. Long ago, we came here from another heavenly body. We are beings from an alien planet. It's ridiculous. This is true. You have seen the various regions of this world. Why do you think there are no records of humans before 10,000 years ago? Huh? This is the will of God. The God's revival has been fated since before the time before Genesis. We will be one with God, attaining a new animus. We will once again return to the starry skies. That is the meaning of our existence. That is our supreme objective. So you're not planning on using Solaris' power to dominate the world? Of course. What meaning is there in having control of a planet as insignificant as this? God has given us the right to rule over the universe. Yes, only we, who do not carry impure blood, have the right to pardon. So, we will resurrect God. It's been an eternity since our exile from paradise. If the time of God's revival does not come, we will have to follow the path to destruction. But, having attained Animus, our resurrection is near. Next is God's resurrection. Corellian? This one only waits for the awakening. Ellie? Where am I? I've looked into your records. Corellian, Commander? Elhaim von Houten. That incident at the Jugend 1 year ago. Case 102. The release of your latent powers from that systematic administration of metal enhancement drugs. In that instant, your ether value had increased beyond 400. And in that moment, 2 were critically wounded and 3 required recycling. Am I right? Please stop. But this record is wrong. This wasn't the usual uncontrollable mental side effects. Huh? This was caused by the awakening of your other inner self. My other self? Where's Faye? Where is everyone? They will be used as an offering for the resurrection of the Gazelle ministry. The same fate awaits that girl, the artificial organism. I've already taken enough samples from her. I'm already well into the 4th stage of my plan. All I need now is the final factor. Hence your friends are no longer of any use to me. They're worthless. But you are different. You're planning on sending them to the same fate as those people in that research facility? doing all this for your own selfish ambitions? Do you know what you're doing? People playing with other people's lives. That's deplorable. I see. So you've seen the research facility. Presently, the Solaris researchers are working on genetic engineering down there. It's just a nest for fools who've learned the despicable pleasure of playing with their own organic creations. They seek only serendipity and inhumanity. That is not my place. I specialize in molecular engineering, nanotechnology. Do you know what this is? A nanomachine, a molecular machine. This is the assembler, which is one of those machines. It can break down molecules and atoms and reconstruct it into anything. Each of these spheres are equivalent to an atom. Until recently, we were only able to produce materials which were several times the size of this. Thanks to that girl, the one we obtained from the ruins of Zaboim civilization, we are now able to make it this compact and elaborate. To think that such a mechanism was created 4,000 years ago, it's quite astonishing. Up until we discovered this, the work was rather crude. The best we could possibly do until now was to apply amino acid solutions to wounded areas for amelioration or to seal up any peculiar abilities. I'm sure you had some exposure to genetics when you were in the Jugend. Each type of those enzymes inside the DNA are also molecular machines that were created by nature. That is, if we are indeed the progeny of the very first organism. What do you think of accomplishing by using that molecular machine? What connection do I have with that? Although the nanomachines up until now could recombine DNA, they couldn't uncover any information in the intron, which are located in the replacements of the double helix. However, the newer nanomachines easily discovered in this data that originally should not have existed, and we are about to see the results of that. According to the I think it's transferred, right? Transferred. According to the transferred record, it depicts a similar wave frequency as expected. And yes, the Ouroboros ring. That is it, isn't it? Myung and Lacan's actions. This explains everything. Elhaim, you are the mother. Mother? Yes. This is what your genetic exon looked like before replacement. This is the conceptualized form of the intron, which carries information that isn't supposed to exist. Observe. This is the Ouroboros ring, which contains intron information which only exists in certain people. Ouroboros, if we were to anatomize such a thing, wouldn't you be interested in what type of information it would have to offer us? Elhaim, you are beautiful. When I look at you, I appreciate the artistic aspect of the human form. Its elaborateness. I can't help but feel the importance of that, as if my molecular machine is unworthy of you. You haven't changed since then, just like the other one, Lacan. Hello Push, Reset, and hello Zobi. Why are you killing chickens? You're supposed to choke them. Are you conscious, Doc? It is impossible to move. This machine has physically cut your nerve signals. You will not be able to lift a finger regardless of what your mind say. What are you going to do to me, to Bart and them? Where is Ellie? Do not worry. They have their roles. You have yours. I simply investigate. Damn it. What was I? So the battle has been fought, you say. That was discussed earlier by the ministry. God damn it, we weren't born to be used by them. We didn't come all the way to Solaris for that. We, everyone, we just want to make a place where we can belong. That's what we were fighting for, but now? It is much easier to be given a place to belong than to make one yourself. You do not even understand a simple concept like that. Only the true. Childish are the ideals, pale, when placed before reality. But actually, many are satisfied with that. Being given one's place frees one from many risks. Misfortunes may be blamed on others. Do you know why people cannot exist alone, but only under some bigger concept such as a group or country? People need a place to be themselves. The more stable it is, the more effective it is. The ministry gives them such a place. Under total surveillance, there is no need to bear the risk of maintaining one's own individuality. They simply live under the delusion of being an individual. What could be easier? Facts are facts, so let's just accept them. It will be easier for all of us. Resistance is futile. It only makes things painful. Do you still intend to do something about it? Look at yourself. What do you think you could possibly do at this stage? You cannot move. You could not even protect your friends who fought with you when they needed you. You could not even protect the most important person in your life, Ellie. Stop, please. You cannot do nothing. You can't do nothing. Quit it. Now, we may take our something. Now we may take our time and talk. Commander? What are you? Where? What? Where? I'm asking you where? It hurts. Please stop. Where is he? Where? I know you know. Take me to him. Who are you referring to when you say that man? Are you talking about Faye? Faye. Faye this, Faye that. Faye. In what way is he more superior than I? I will not accept it. I will not. Ramses, that drug. A mental stabilizer. Why are you so shook up like that? What's forcing you to go through all this? What happened between you and Faye? Damn it, Faye. I'll show you. Ramses. Faye, hanging there. Faye, you're conscious. Now let's go. You traitor. Stop, Faye. Don't stop. Bart. He betrayed us. He betrayed us and Ellie. Stop, Faye. It's your mistake. Let go. Let me go. Calm down, Faye. Bart isn't lying. Stan is the one who helped us. Billy? If Billy says it, you listen. Listen very carefully. The limiter is implanted in our bodies. Right now, this research facility is the only place where we can get them removed. Satan misled Krelian and the other guys and brought us in here to remove the limiter. What? But that was just... Is that true? Yeah. Doc? That is not the only reason why I brought you here. Those who want to become independent from Solaris must know the actual situation and its true form. Who is doing what and why? Ostensibly, I received a covert order from the Emperor to contact the body wanted by the Ministry and send the data, and if possible bring the body back. That was my duty. As a result, I had no choice but to deceive you. Please forgive me. I see how it is. Besides, I myself had a matter that had to be verified in this facility. For sure? I'll tell you that after we escape from here. It is something you must know. By the way, sit down. Did you remove phase limiter, didn't you? You did remove. What? Yes, of course that is. Alright then, let's get out of here. Wait, what happened to Ellie? Weren't you with her? Ellie was taken to Krelian's research lab. It could not be stopped. I am sorry. Why only Ellie? I do not know, but one thing bothers me. When Krelian took Ellie, I had a chance to acquire Ellie's cellular information. I analyzed it and found something very interesting. Excuse me, I mean unusual. There is no limiter implanted in her. There's no limiter? Isn't that because Ellie is from Solaris? Even Solaris citizens have a limiter implanted when they are born. There are exceptions for certain people like myself and Ramses, whose limiters can be removed later on through the treatment such as the one... Oh my god. Whose limiters can be removed later on through the treatment such as the one I did for Bart. But you must have permission from the Ministry to do so. Is that why, Ellie? There must be more to it than that. I don't know the reason, but Krelian is so absorbed by her data. I don't care what the reason is for now. Let's help Ellie and get out of here fast. You're right. If we mess up here, I put those guys who went to help Ellie's parents in danger. Sit down. We're going to Krelian's private research lab as planned. We'll meet up at the rendezvous point. What about Doc? There is still something left to be done. I will go destroy the last gate. Doc, a sword? Yes, Yui gave it to me as I was leaving. I used to use it before I met her. For a long time, I vowed not to use it for killing though. But now is not the time to contemplate morals. It is not fair for me to be the only innocent one. I see, but... Yes? You're always so mischievous, Doc. It is in my nature. I am sorry, forgive me. Yo, Citan, let me handle Faye and Ellie's situation. Now that the limiter is removed, Stellaris doesn't stand a chance. Oh yes, by the way, young one, about the effects of removing the limiter. The results will not show up that quickly. Already your physical limiters have been removed naturally. But part I have removed is psychological section, that is, the subconscious fear of veneration for the Ministry and the Emperor have been removed. Basically, you will be able to battle against them without any fears or hesitations. It is not that you have suddenly become more powerful. Are you serious? Anyway, where am I? Wait, what? Is there a save point behind? I don't see one over there. That was a lot of reading. According to Citan, Krellian's private laboratory should be below us. Ellie? You okay? Hey, yes, I'm fine. Sorry to interrupt you two, but this is not the time for a heartfelt reunion. Quickly, this way. What took you so long? I've only got so many bullets. Hurry up and blow them away. I am sorry. I have other matters to attend to. What the hell are you doing? To His Majesty's... You mean the Emperor? Are you sure, Hyuga? Yes, His Majesty understands the situation. He says to leave it up to them. There. It is done, sir. Yes, we're out of here, huh? Where is he? Hyuga. Car? So you too are also betraying me. Car, we're just in different situations. I did not mean to betray you. I decided to stick with Faye's group. Did you say Faye? You too are on his side. I'll never forgive you. Never. Car, you're an enemy, but why are you so attached to one kid? You weren't like that before. Shut up. I've got to get him with my own hands. And all of you working with him are my enemies. Enemies stealing my things. Enemies. Car. Hey, we're going. I don't know what went on, but I don't have time to deal with him now. But... Hyuga. I see. traitors. What is going on here? Oh, a third fight. Oh, that's Faye. Faye Skim is here. Father, mother. Ellie. You should thank Hammer. Hammer got your parents at the right time, right, Hammer? Yes, exactly. He got them at Hammer time. Thank you, Hammer. We'd like to thank you too. I never thought I'd see my daughter again. Thank you, Hammer. Listen, everyone. We have no time to waste. So that we do not stand out, we should split up into 2 groups. Faye, we have done a lot, but I would like to have you move on ahead and take 2 more members with you. Move along southwest of here and cross 2 mobile contact bridges. There you will find hangar that will lead to the outside. We will meet at the footbridge near there. If you talk to the blue memory cubes, you will be able to make contact with the other party members. You can thus change which members you wish to have in your current party. I shut down alarms here and there, okay. I shut down alarms here and there when I was breaking gates. But it's still dangerous, be careful. I'll go to the hangar beforehand and arrange a ride for us. Solaris is in confusion now, so if I go alone, I can pull some strings. Okay, please do not overdo it. Yeah, I know. Ellie, Medina, see you again. Dear, please be careful. Father. All right. Yeah. The story picks up 51 hours into the game. Just kidding. Or am I? Can I put... Can I put him back into the group? I gotta sit up. Yeah, still don't really know what's going on. I did see him. I mean, there was that one scene where he talked to one of those ministry dudes, but I thought it was like a rogue ministry dude, not in faction with the others. But I guess it was one of them anyways. Actually, I'm gonna take Zeton. He does punch for a lot. Penguin coat. There should be a $5 DLC. Oh wait, where's the... Oh, here. Is there a way to organize this stuff? Put the best gun. I haven't been able to figure out how. What did I want? Where's the Crimson Vest, I think? Didn't they have a similar concept in Chrono Cross with those saving cubes? Data cubes or whatever. Is everyone... No, they are not. Ah, what did I do? Alright, I think if I talk to them they will just ask me to replace them one day. Let's bail while we can. Hurry, run away. Yeah, run away. Yeah, that's right. Better make proper preparations before you flee, so consider this Hammer's last closing sale. Well, why not? What is this? You can get 12. PP. I get to talk to him again. Accessories. Let's see. Matlock. Oh wait, that's not it. What the heck is this thing? Red vinyl? Feather cap. Crimson vest. Let's get 2 and 1. Is it good? These morons in Solaris. Hope they've learned their lesson. Faye, now we're in the same boat as you. Don't drown. I have to get my mother and father to a safe place quickly. What's wrong with you? I'm not a giant form. I'm not in giant form, so it leaves something to be desired. This country wasn't like this long ago, I think. Well, maybe I was just too young. Base Kim, let's go together. Let's go. Yeah. Maybe with some kind of special ammo with us. Who knows? I don't. I'm just a noob. Alright. Let's get out of here. Oh, before I do, hold on. Alright. To charge the headphones. Follow Cthulhu. Can open that. Oh. I'm back. I'm back. I feel like I'm in Silent Hill with all the doors that are unusable. Another save point? I think the game is saying, oh, you were probably lost for 2 hours. You can save here. Shit. Well, never mind. Oh wait, I forgot he has a sword now. I don't know. I think I liked him fisting stuff before. Shoot. It's probably the right way. It feels like going back. Treasure. This guy. Two turns in a row. Gracious. Oh my god. Did I say this reminds me of Dragon Quest? The door fights. Like in Dragon Quest 1 through 4, you had those room transitions. There was a chance, or higher chance you would get in combat. Physical, magical. Actually, he can mess up many of them. He's doing less damage now. He used to do like 1000 on this attack. Can I remove the sword? Is it moving? It is moving. Not you again. Yeah, it's really wet. What's up, Don? Magic, physical, magic. I think Moist might be lurking, killing chickens. He's learning stuff like crazy. Oh, what game? I thought you were like making food. Thought you were maybe making chicken nuggets in the middle of the night. Oh, Forager. I heard about that game. Back banana. should eat something now while there's no talking. I mean reading. Yeah, excuse me. I'm stalling in the battles. So I can eat. This way? Because I think I came from the other side. Oh, this is not gonna be a long battle. Nice. You should put me on your fridge. I think I, no, this way. I should really get a map for this place, though. Yeah. Alright. Should be alright. Ryujin. How long is this Solaris section? Depends how well you know Solaris. I feel like I'm walking in a circle. Alright, something new. This is a maze. Oh no, not these guys. Stop it. Magic, magic. Physical. Physical. Okay, that was terrible. You too? I swear they were physical. Survival tent. Hey, I made it somewhere. I guess we're almost there. Exit, exit, exit. I'm glad everybody's safe and sound. What about my father? Saying goodbye to Solaris is hard. This is my home, no matter what. Alright, almost there, Hammer. Here I am. I came all the way. He did totally come. This is the last of the last. Don't get your guard down yet. Excuse me. Alright, where do I need to go? Move. I'm not even talking to Choo Choo. Stop. I'm asking Miss Ellie to return with me. What are you doing, Hammer? Don't move. I'm serious. Don't be silly. What happened, Hammer? I promised to a man named Krellian. He won't change it if Miss Ellie is returned. Hammer, damn you. I really don't want to do this to Miss Ellie either. Really. I like her very much, but I have no other choice because I'm no good. I don't have the strength like Bro or the smarts like Doc. I know, everyone thinks of me as an annoying handyman who talks too much. I know that. Hammer, I'm different from you all. I'm not special like you. A normal guy like me has no choice but to do this. Don't move. Stop, stop. I won't stop, ever. My child is in danger, and I'm her mother. Yeah. I was born and raised in a normal family. I'm not a soldier like my husband and daughter. I never touched a gun before, much less have one pointed at me. That's why I'm shaken, but I can't stop it. I'm a normal mother, so there are things I must protect. Ellie, slowly come here. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what. Mother? Ellie, come here. It's alright. No, don't move. No, no. It's alright, Ellie. Faye? No, don't go. No. Don't go, don't. Mother? What? Mother. Mother. Leave the girl here. Raph. Damn. At a time like this. Everybody get ready. I think I'm ready. Poor mom. I wanted to see her party on Earth. I hope I'm attacking the right guy first. You look like a rat. Executioner. Wow, I'm shaking in my boots. Didn't we do this once before? Sun rips. Ooh, finally some good damage. He's almost dead, or maybe he's dead. Yeah, he's out. He tapped out. Nice. Just gonna heal, just in case. I don't know why they keep sending people after me, because all they do is die or get defeated. You've gotten better, however. Oh? I'll take care of this. Everyone, escape now. Father? You both dote on your child. God. Ellie, go now. Ellie, no matter what happens, believe in yourself. And go now, and go on. We'll be happy to help any way we can. That's the least I can do to make it up to you. Ellie, you're Nadina's daughter. My daughter. No matter what, so... Father. Oh, have I overdone it? You had no time to say goodbye, but don't worry, I'll let you meet again on the other side. How could you do that to my father? To have that much ether control in a non-awakened state. Impressive. However... God, what? Oh, choo. Ellie, everyone? Just keep. Just keep sleeping. Sir, the gear's moving by itself in the hangar. What? More details. Come on, come on, come on, you devil. I'll be sure to kill you this time. That's it, that's it. He came all this way just to be killed. There he was. Yes, it's clear. It's nothing like the half-assed stuff we've dealt with before. I don't think he'll get off the stage easily this time. Faye's mental energy seems to have been weakened, and it's similar to the old days now. What's so amusing? His feelings haven't changed over the years. Maybe you have mixed feelings. Don't be stupid. By the way, what about Ramses? You want him to bring her back? Too late. Carr has left already. I really want to say it's a waste of time, but I guess it's alright. He probably made it easier to control it. Nevertheless. What? How can you continue to fight without a chance of winning? Isn't that what you want? Though I induced you to feel that way. But we're almost there. Our only actual example of success. Let's take a good care of him. What her true intentions are, I don't even know. We're going. This place will soon be gone. I agree. We should do Carr a favor and save him, shouldn't we? Third Young would be good. Ellie, are you okay? Ellie? Ellie? Have you come to your senses yet? Zeton, Maria. Yeah, we were saved when we were thrown into the sky. The rest of my crew were already picked up and they're in the Yggdrasil now. Oh. Faye? What about Faye? Is he on the Yggdrasil too? Solaris. That red gear. What is going on, Zeton? What's happened to Faye? Calm down, Ellie. Faye is alright. So he's already in the Yggdrasil, right, Maria? Calm down, Ellie. Listen. Faye is riding in that gear. That gear is actually Weltal in its true form. after transformation. What? Another Fae within him has awakened. Fae and it are same person. You're kidding. I don't believe that. I'm not lying. I saw it with our own eyes. The very sight of him turning into it. Stop. Stop. What? Fae is it? Don't be ridiculous. Quick, take cover. The Solarian base energy descending from the upper atmosphere is equivalent to a reactive weapon. We're gonna get caught up in it. Egrisel, get moving. Phew. We made it, somehow. What the? It's that red gear. It's coming this way. Damn. We're spotted. Ellie? Sit down, what now? What should we do? What? You are asking me what to do? There's someone on the deck. It's Ellie. What? No, Ellie. Return immediately. I'm going to do this, so please, allow me to do it. It is too dangerous. I know. But it's just like when Faye put his life on the line to save me. It's my turn to save Faye, as long as it helps him. I don't care what happens to me. Ellie. Does the game intro have anything to do with the game? Hey. You've come to die, huh? Yes. If that is what will satisfy you, then kill me now. Good girl. Now die. Huh? Let go. Gah, Faye. I won't ever let go. Faye, please. Return to the real Faye. What? Faye, please. This woman, I knew it. Ellie. Damn it. He's awaking. I am sorry. I did not want to say anything until I was sure. I was on a secret mission by orders of the Emperor Cain to monitor Faye. He ordered me to determine whether Faye would be a threat to the world or not. The contact, that is what the Emperor calls Faye. This is your conclusion? Yes, Your Majesty. This is the answer that I chose myself. Anonelba. You think you can do it? Yes. Humans have the potential. Managers are no longer needed. The contact is not our enemy. Yes. As you say, Your Majesty, if Faye is, then I leave it up to you. I atone for my crime by doing so. Anonable. Anonable? I don't know. The long-awaited man of God, who will take the people born in this world with him to a new horizon. Such is the destiny of the contact. That is what the Emperor called Faye. He did not tell me why he called Faye that though. Who the heck is he then? He is Faye, but he is also the one who destroyed Elru, caused Scar serious injury, sank the Yggdrasil, called Rico's subordinates in Kislev. Need I continue further? He is it. What did you say? It? What do you mean? He, Faye that is, has dissociative identity disorder, also more commonly known as multiple personalities. Dissociative identity disorder, or multiple personalities. It is a mental disorder that one person has multiple personalities. That can be real. Oh, but it is very real. Faye is living proof of it. I've been watching over Faye, who has a destroyer personality with him named It, in him. Doing terrible. In the beginning he was stable. His dissociation did not occur at all while he lived in Lahan for those 3 years. But then, after Lahan was attacked, things changed. Little by little, the number of incidences of his dissociation and their length began to increase. And then the Solaris, a complete manifestation of it, occurred. What brought it about? He was fine when he was in Lahan, right? My guess is that the appearance of Graf affected Faye somehow. You probably know that Faye worked with Graf as the assassin before he was brought to live in Lahan. It was then that Elru, the homeland of Dominia, was utterly obliterated. Graf was intentionally provoking the manifestation of it within. For want of a better word, Faye. For what purpose? To destroy God? That is what Graf was saying. That is all I know, although there might be more to it. But one thing is certain. Graf was encouraging the manifestation of it, but did not have the adequate control over him. In other words, it was too much for him to handle. Yes. You said that's all you know, although there might be more to it. What did you mean by that? I shall go on to explain that now. Actually, that is the most important point. There is nothing you can do. You understand well, just as I expected, Citan. Or was it Doc? I've been wanting to meet you, Ed. I wanted to talk with you. I guess it is all due to this machine which cuts the nerve connections. Anyway, what is Faye doing as of now? Faye? Which Faye do you mean? There is more than one? Huh. It? The one you call Faye is asleep. Sleeping? When I am awake, he sleeps. That is why he has no memory of what I do. Does he not know? It's obvious. He is my subordinate. He cannot peer into my memories. He should not in actuality even exist. That man forcibly created his personality. Faye is a tenant in the room of cowardice. That man? Our father, Khan. He sealed up my personality in the deepest recesses of my consciousness. Through some inexplicable reason, that is when the present Faye was born. When you said cowardice, what did you mean? Why ask about him? You think you can do something? It is rare to be able to talk a real schizophrenic. What? It is rare to be able to talk to a real schizophrenic. As a scholar, I am extremely intrigued. With friends like you, huh, Doctor? I like you, Citan, but he is insignificant. After all, he is just a failure. A coward like him does not deserve to be Faye's existence. A pathetic one who has always fled from reality. He never did one thing against me when I control him. A coward who refused to live. He should have been erased, but he continues to exist. Why won't he disappear? Damn it, it makes my skin crawl just being in the same body as him. Let us change the subject. I would like to know how and why your personalities were split. Since you are the one in control, I would assume you would know the story. Normally personalities do not split as they did with you, unless there was some sort of past trauma. You want me to talk about my memories? Don't misunderstand. I haven't given you the right to question me. Just because I'm held down by this machine, don't push your luck. If I really wanted to, I could break the restraints and crush you. Don't you forget it. Then why not do it? Shall I tell you why? You do not have complete control over Faye, do you? Your control of him is incomplete. To break those bonds would require a tremendous amount of mental energy. Having used up your energy, Faye will return again. Basically, you would have to leave the stage. Obviously, the day you would be able to return is indeterminate, hence, you will not do it. Am I mistaken? So you know me too well. I don't have complete... What is wrong, Ed? You forced me on stage. He's waking. Under normal circumstances, I would have been able to hold on. But I can't. This is all that woman's fault. Her existence makes Faye resistant. You mean Ellie? That woman. The same. Everyone must eliminate. I do not understand. I do not understand it. You don't need to understand. But when the time comes, just take it as it comes. Reality and death. I'll eventually get to you. Be seeing ya. The emotional portion of Faye's present personality was sealed up by its father through some method, and now with the cleared foundation of its personality, in computer terms, it is like constructing a mock personality on top of compatible portion of the OS. That is the reason Faye has no memory of his past. Those 10 or so years of memories are under supervision of id. As long as it does not willingly hand over the memories, there is no way for Faye to know since it did not even exist before the time it was sealed up. The present Faye's personality is an underdeveloped one which was built upon within the 3 years of living in Lahan, studying and acquiring other people's reactions. Hence, he does not know how to fully cope with sudden or emotional situations. Ellie, you are the one who has spent the most time with Faye, so I would assume you would understand this. Were there not times when he would be psychologically unstable? For example, he would be manically depressive and then have sudden fits of rage. Yes? When did that happen? I feel like the game's just lying all of a sudden. Then his present personality is but only temporary one. That is not what I am saying. That present Faye is one single personality. It is just that structure-wise, his personality was constructed on top of its, and placing Faye at the lower hierarchy. That is why when it is active, Faye has no recollection of it. Then that means he might eventually be overtaken by it. Yes, if it were only it and Faye. But that does not seem to be the case. It only manifests when Faye's mental energy is in a weakened state. It is a mystery in itself that the lower level personality of Faye has only control over the upper level personality of it. It is obvious that there exists a third personality. It calls this existence the coward. In my observation, this coward may be the fundamental personality of Fae. In other words, its manifestation is not controlled by Fae, but is controlled by the personality known as the coward. Then that means what? At the same time it resents this coward, he also obviously fears it. From a certain point of view, this coward is the one assisting in keeping the present Fae in control. I do not know the reason why this third personality, Fae's fundamental personality does not come out. If this one awakens, it will become one with it. In other words, there is a possibility that the complete original personality may be restored. Is that for sure? Probably, but I do not know how to awaken it. Before I had the opportunity, it disappeared, and he has been like that since. Basically, as long as nothing happens to Fae that would challenge his existence, Fae can be himself. But his surroundings do not allow him that opportunity. It would be best for him to live in a place that is peaceful. That is Lacan. No, the Dark One. We have second advent. We must restrain and seal him up. Otherwise, we don't know what may occur. Seize this at once. May we at least wait for Wiseman to return before we make any resolutions. Although a tactician, why do you place so much importance on him? I have been silent all this time since Khan's death, since he was directly recruited by the Queen. However, I question why you would use such a person whose principles lack any understanding of sacrifice. Well, that is. You must look at reality, the existence of that power. Hold on. Was this Graf's second advent? The day of the collapse was brought upon by Graf. Graf manipulated Diabolos into destroying this world, and that power within it is far too similar to Graf's. We cannot allow such a hazard to be set free. We ought to immediately freeze him in carbonite. Otherwise, expect the worst at any moment. No. But isn't the present Fae the real Fae? If that's the case, then why? But he is still far too dangerous. Think about it. He single-handedly annihilated the Solaris capital. We can't set him free. Not only that, in the past, there were countless other cities that were destroyed by it. I don't know their intentions, but Graf and Krelian were always involved somehow. And one of those incidents was Elru. It was Dominia's homeland. Solaris purging of the rebelling city of Elru was done through the use of it to test his capabilities. As a result, not only was Elru taken down, all the Solaris units present were wiped out. He's responsible for the Yggdrasil and our. So, he was the one who killed my subordinates in the sewers. What's wrong with you all? Aren't you supposed to be his friends? It appears everyone else is in agreement. The risks are just too great. Satan? No. That is terrible. It's decided then. It will be scheduled for carbon freezing tomorrow. I heard about it from Doc. Who would have ever thought within me lies another me? But you're the same Faye I've always known. You returned to your old self. Please don't be obsessed with it. They say I'm the second advent of Grav, the one who destroyed all of this world. It seems Grav used to be a land dweller named Lacan. They're not thinking about what they're saying. They're not thinking about what they're saying. They're just confused by your powers. Grav called me the one who would destroy God. In a way, I can understand what he means now. Though my it power isn't good enough. If it has the same quality as Grav's, Let's escape. If Grav or the war brings us out let's go to a place where no wars exist. If you did that, you'd be... That's alright. I don't have a place to go back either. Thanks, Ellie, but no. Even if I left the battlefield, there's no guarantee that it will never appear again. Besides, I tried to kill you. You're still okay with that? Then you could have killed me if you really wanted to, right? The other you, its power is nothing like that. But you still didn't go through with it. You knew when it was enough. Isn't that because your will was in effect? If you're to be controlled by it and all those around you became your enemies, I'd still be by your side because I know it's lonely to be by yourself. I'll open it now. Let's go, Faye. Ellie. I thought it was about time for you to come. It's no use trying to stop me. Even if it is you. If you get in my way, I have no choice but to. That is no way for a lady to speak. I just came here to see you off. I refueled well tall. We are ready to go anytime. It's a tone. But Ellie, you cannot use your gear while it is under repair. What? Then what am I? You know that Omni gear? What if you borrowed it? No way. I can't take Shivat's property without permission. Ellie is the only appropriate person for the gear. Nobody else can operate it. No. Never. I won't ride it, ever. Ellie, what's wrong? I'm so scared, that's why. I'll never want to do it. This is a problem. How about it if I ride with you? Everyone? Sorry, Faye. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, thanks everyone. No, I know you hate to leave, but we should get going before dawn. I did some work on the radar, so it should work fine. They have left. Hey, where? They went far away. Go. Kane, making a ridiculous setup with Hyuga. He certainly has his deficiencies compared to our digitized existence, which permits us to use a higher level of logical thinking. He is restricted by his human form. Regardless, with just one machine, he annihilated either Nong. His powers must not be underestimated. We're already short of time. The key. Use the key. Even you are beginning to feel the pressure. Krillin, what is Kane's situation? The usual life extension treatment. He'll hold out for a little longer. Does that mean we may not make it in time? I wouldn't know. You spoke of using the key. Can you be sure he can be eliminated? That we do not know. You know who he is? If he is the contact, there is a possibility he may not migrate. It's an organism composed of multiple generations. It's a matter of probability. That does not mean we can just remain idle. Yes, at this rate, we are bound to make the same mistake, but we can't fail a second time. Well, don't worry. I've sent Ramses to deal with him. What can a failure like him do? He couldn't even defend Atronach. What can you expect from trash like him? Even if he has the anima relic? The relic we recovered before has been aligned with his gear. There shouldn't be any problems now. He should be able to use his full power. We're going to take the tests. You're going to take the task yourself. Although the transmigrated... I can't read. Although he transmigrated, wasn't he once one of you? I don't understand you. I've thrown away all feelings of human emotion. All I need is her. But isn't that also an emotion? Of course. Is that a blunder? You are irritating. Do you wish to cease your existence? Fine, we shall leave it at that. Elhaim? Yes, this is the place I want you to bring her here. She's an important woman to me. Don't be ridiculous. Why do I have to listen to you? If you need her, go get her yourself. You're quite right, but can you say the same thing after looking at this? This is... Your gear and the anima relic have been aligned. This is the Omni gear. Now, she is with Faye now. What? Losing those battles against Faye again and again. I believe it's because of the difference in the performance of the gears. I think we'll be able to use 100% of its abilities. So, how about it? However, if you still failed this, you are truly trash. Ramses, will you go? Car, are you going? Yes. I must get rid of him with my own hands. Be careful. I believe in you, no matter what others say. Faye, what a loathsome name. I worked my way up on my own. But he ruined it again. That signal. It's him. I'm not trash. I'm not worthless. What kind of gear is that? Metal Gear. Omni-gear. And according to the readings, it's clearly different from the one Bart's using, or the one in Shabbat. You think it's the perfect gear? Perfect gear. Remember what Satan said. He said that the Omni-gears are controlled by mental ways. The power, the potential varies depending on the rate of synchronism. The numbers indicate complete synchronization. Slow, too slow. They're catching up with us. Your performance is sad. I knew you'd be here. Ramses. Turn Lieutenant Elhaim over to me, Faye. What? Why do we have to turn Ellie over to you? Oh, I get it. It's Grellian's idea, isn't it? I don't think so. You can't expect me to comply. I can take her by force if you wish. But then, don't ever expect to be able to hold her in your arms ever again. Faye? Don't worry. I'll protect you. Impressive words. Faye, I intend to take everything away from you. Hello, Harry Lofield. How are you doing? If you're still here. This is your final warning. Hand over to Lieutenant Elhaim now. I refuse to. Are you sure you want to refuse me? It'll be too late for you to change your mind later. Stop your stupid boasting. Well then, I'll have to show you if I'm boasting or not. So be it. No holding back. No holds barred. Come on. What poor form? What's wrong, Faye? In the presence of my vendetta, your Weltol is but only an infant. Incredible. This undeniable difference in power. Myung, are you watching this? At this rate, and with this power, I can defeat him. Ramses, listen. I surrender. So please stop attacking us this instant. What are you saying? If you do that, it is me he wants. I can't drag you into danger just over me. Yeah. Stop attacking, Ramses. If I'm what you want, then just take me. Win. I can't win. I am not the worthless one. Ramses, can't you hear us? He lost himself in the overwhelming power of that gear of his. Faye, we had better run. It's over for you, Faye Fong Wong. I am not the worthless one. Huh? I've even taken out the lieutenant too. Damn, I forgot my orders. Oh well, to hell with Kralian's orders. Damn, the bleeding won't stop. If things don't change, at this rate, Ellie's not gonna make it. Ellie, hang in there. Ellie, I'll save you. I promise. Ellie. Is this the disc change? Shut down. Insert disk 2. Alright. Just give me a second. Dreaming. I was dreaming. Perhaps it may have been but a long forgotten memory. A dream. A memory. Things remembered when one is asleep. Things forgotten when one is awake. Where the deepest layers of memories become the outmost layers of one's dreams. Which are reality, which are illusions, one cannot tell until one wakes. Or perhaps they are at the same time both truth and fiction. A vast nebulous with no boundaries, an emptiness equivalent to my own existence. I dreamt such a dream, a long, never-ending dream. Lacan. Lacan, what is wrong? Lacan? In the dream, I was called Lacan. I was an artist. I had become recognized as a talented artist and now was painting the portrait of Nissan mother, Sophia. No. It is nothing. Let us finish for today. You look rather tired. Are you alright? I am fine, thank you. But now that you mention it, Shall we stop for the day? You must be the one who is tired, Mother Sophia. Enough of that now. When it is just the two of us, would you stop calling me that? Just call me Ellie, as you used to do in the old days. And you don't have to be so stiff and formal. Oh, alright. Very well. No, I mean, yes. Let's do that, Ellie. Ellie, it was a time when she went by such a name. A time when we had met up with one another. A time when nothing mattered between us. It was better that way. Just two people together. It was better to have left it that way. I think I might go back home, only for a week or so. Oh, really? What is the matter? I ran out of paint, so I need to go make some more. You're going all that way just to do that? If I don't go there, I won't be able to get the right pigment. Oh. Then how about I have one of my followers, the Kahal, take you in one of our gears? You'll arrive quicker and you'll be much more safe. I lied. I wasn't out of paint. I just feared I would finish the portrait. I wanted to keep on painting forever. So I wanted to buy time. She'd probably despise me for that. No, she'd probably just give me her usual smile. She was that kind of woman. Dreams. A life of a man named Lacan, and the lives of countless other men. All but dreams. Now that I am awake, those countless numbers of long, heart-rending dreams are almost impossible to remember at all. In those dreams, I loved one woman, no matter the day, no matter the era. That did not change, nor did her name. That dream changed me. That dream was the catalyst for me to resolve what my purpose was. I think I know now what I have to do. That long, long memory of a dream. Perhaps it was the memory of my soul. A dream. I was dreaming a dream, or perhaps it was a memory from a distant past. A dream, a memory. These words I was unable to convey that day, that time. Those thoughts I was unable to carry out. Words and thoughts, the connection between the two. Without words, thoughts cannot be conveyed. Without thoughts, there are no words. They are both as vital as each other. They can never be divided, like the wings of angels, like a man and a woman. The unchangeable destiny, feelings one wishes one could change, meeting with the person who would change me, and watching myself change. I dreamt such a dream, a long, never-ending dream. Lacan, what is wrong? Lacan? In the dream, I was called Sophia, Mother Sophia, a symbolic name, crowned upon the person who would be the people's hope. A name I was destined to have whether I wanted it or not. Huh? No, it is nothing. Let us finish for today. You look rather tired. Are you alright? I am fine, thank you. But now that you mention it, shall we stop for the day? You must be the one who is tired, Mother Sophia. Enough of that now. When it is just the two of us, would you stop calling me that? Just call me Ellie, as you used to do in the old days. And you don't have to be so stiff and formal. Oh, alright. Very well, no, I mean... Yes, let's do that, Ellie. Elhaim. I've always liked that name, because when I first met him, that is what he called me. That is my true name. I think I might go back home, only for a week or so. Oh really? What is the matter? I ran out of paint, so I need to go make some more. We're going all that way just to do that. If I don't go there, I won't be able to get the right pigments. Oh. Then, how about I have one of my followers, Gahal, take you in one of our gears? You'll arrive quicker, and you'll be much more safe. I wonder when it started. That he started refusing me. The walls between us, our positions, our circumstances. He refused to recognize these. No, maybe it was me. Therefore I didn't want them. I wanted the two of us to be ourselves. That is what I wished for, so I had him paint me the way I really am. Dreams. A life of a woman named Sophia, and the lives of countless other women, all but dreams. Now that I am awake, those countless numbers of long, heart-rending dreams are almost impossible to remember at all. In those dreams, I loved one man, no matter the day, no matter the era, that did not change. Only his name. That dream changed me. That dream was the catalyst for me to resolve what my purpose was. I think I know now what I have to do. That long, long memory of a dream. That perhaps was the memory of my soul. He's finally awake. Here you go. I'm healed. You've been sleeping in this nanoreactor for 3 weeks. Nanoreactor? Who are you? Me? I forgot my name. Some people call me Tora. You seem to have recovered completely. Those were terrible wounds, but maybe your youth and strength helped. But your friend's wounds are more serious and may take a while longer. My friend? Ellie. Ellie? Hey, Quit staring at the naked girl and come over here. Huh? Ellie? I bet this is one of the dudes from Chrono Trigger. Which one is missing? Malcolm? I don't know. Faye? Doc? I heard from Tora and hurried right over here. Boy, was that lucky. We're fortunate to have come down near Tora's research facility. This is no research facility. It is a man's hideaway. Citan told me about you. I was shocked to see a couple lying down with blood all over them. A couple? At any rate, you had a narrow escape. Fake. Fake. Faye. Make sure you thank Tora. Tora, thank you very much for helping Ellie. Both Ellie and I were hurt so badly. What is that machine? It's called nanoreactor. It is a device that can rebuild substances at the molecular level. Not only can it just heal humans, but theoretically, it should also be able to create many substances. Is that the same thing as the guy in Solaris? I mean, is that the same thing as Krillane is studying? Yes, that's right. I was the one who taught nanotechnology to him. You did. We shouldn't waste time talking about such an unimportant subject. Looks like our treatment is done. Oh, you don't need to come. Just wait here. Faye? Ellie? Faye, now, why don't you two go get some fresh air outside? It ought to ease the shock of the change. I knew it was you. Faye? When you came in the room just then, I was afraid you may have forgotten about me and everything else. What do you mean? I mean, because Ellie, you seemed a little different than before. Has my face changed? No, that's not it. It's more like... I mean, your atmosphere or impression is different. Just a little. But I felt something familiar. I felt the same way when I met you for the first time. Some peculiar feeling, like we've met before somewhere. Faye? Yes? I don't remember much what happened after we were shut down. It's better that way. But I heard someone calling my name. I felt I was covered with something very warm. I remember that clearly. Thank you, Faye. Ellie? Faye. Hey, it's almost time for you to come back. There's something important we need to talk to you about. Huh? Alright, we're coming. Well, Ellie, shall we go see what's up? Sure. Let me save. How do you feel now? The fresh forest air should have refreshed you somewhat, huh? Anyway, it's about the removal of the seal. I found out it can be released by using the nanotechnology that regenerated you too. The nano-assemblers are enclosed in the spot. If only we could scatter them all over the world. There's an ancient military installation nearby. We might be able to use the mass driver located in there to launch the spot into the upper atmosphere. Once the nano-assemblers are released up there, the convection currents should spread them over the world. I wish I could do it, but I am getting much too old for that type of thing. Then again, it's for your future. An old man should not butt in. You young ones must do it for yourselves. Here. And of course, I'm not asking you to do it for free. Excuse me. Try this wristband on. Huh? What is that? This is an emotion control device in which nanotechnology is applied. From this machine shaped as a wristband, nanomachines are infused through your epidermis into your brain. There they refine the SSRI, intracerebral substances, such as serotonin, that control emotions. Well, I suppose it's rather difficult for you to understand, but in short, it means that the manifestation of your second personality, it, can be suppressed. Hey? Well, it's all theoretical though. Oh, and I did one more thing as well. I installed the same control device in your gear. You mean it can release it at will? Yes. I called it System It. But of course it should not be overused. Use it only as a last resort. Ellie Doc, Hey, there was nothing you could do. It will never happen again. With Torah's technology though, he is one of the 3 Shevat sages. I knew it. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. Oh, it sounds like we have a guest. Anyway. Well, we had Balthasar and maybe Melchior. What was the last dude's name? I don't remember. Hey, is it alright? Hey, we've got problems. Today, a peace settlement between Avech and Kislev is being held at Shevat, but Solaris mobile weapons are approaching Shevat as we speak. Please help us. That has nothing to do with this young man. Torah. You're getting on my nerves for being so selfish. Satan told me about you. You showed up after finding out what it is. After finding out that it is not controllable. Aren't you ashamed? You haven't changed since then. You only care about yourselves. Faye, you don't need to listen to these guys who once tried to kill you. But please go. I'll go to the mass driver. Ellie? No matter what happened before, Shiva needs your help now. Although you may be saving some selfish people, there is still the world, and its countries with many more innocent people. Please don't forget that. Bart and his people are fighting to protect those same lives, aren't they? So please go help them. Are you sure? What about you? Don't worry about me. I'll manage somehow. But all by yourself? I will accompany Ellie. You do not need to worry. I have brought along my own Omnigear. Your own Omnigear? Yes, my Omnigear. Fenrir. It is the same one I brought from Solaris. I left it with Gasper in case of emergencies. Doc? Alright. Please take care of her for me. Ellie, be careful. I will. We are truly grateful for your kindness, Faye. Suit yourselves. Ignis, right? Yes. The goal of the enemy is to destroy the cities in Ignis. They have already destroyed half of Bledavik and will probably reach Nissan in about 4 hours. Shiva will try to drive them back with all the power it has. 4 hours. That's cutting it close. No need to worry. Balthasar and I fix your gear with the nanomachines. It's much more powerful than it ever was before. Why? You should get there in half the time. What? Is Almond Ball here? Emeralda is here as well. This is incredible. We meet again. The host for the spirit of the Slayer of God. I didn't think I would ever work on it again. But why are you both helping me? There are some things you just can't explain with the word fate. You're just going to have to see it with your own eyes. Hey, going? Yeah, I'd better hurry. Hey, where are you going? Faye, please hurry. Alright. Are you sure you want to go through with this? You went to live quietly away from the battlefield, did you not? I noticed myself running away from reality. At first, I thought my situation was similar to this. I thought Faye would understand my feelings I didn't know if my love for him was real. I might have been desperate after losing my mother and father, Ellie. Despite all that, I may still love him. That's why I want to see what Faye can do and what I can do. I want us to be apart and think about ourselves again. I want to see how I really feel. You have changed a lot, Ellie. What happened to you in the past 3 weeks? Really? I don't think I've changed. Yes, you have. I should say, you have matured. Like a mother. Excuse me? I'm only 18 years old. I'm nowhere near the age of being your mother. Sorry, you gave me that impression, that is all. Anyway, sit down. I'm going now. Alright, I will follow you as soon as I finish off here. I go too. What? I go. Esmeralda. I can't take anyone else along with me for something like this. I'll be fine on my own. If Ellie go, I go too. Esmeralda have to go with you. Esmeralda? No, Esmeralda go too. Why not let her go? I am sure Solaris has a hunch about the limiter. They may interfere, so you may feel uneasy going it alone. I think Esmeralda is cut out for this job. Besides, she's going to want to go no matter what. Take care of her until I can join you, please. Okay, you win. Let's help each other, alright? I can do it alone. You just watch. I thought so. So, you were the one who brought Faye and his girl to me. I realized it the minute I saw the two of them. Why? How could I help but notice? They looked the spitting image of you and her. Yes, just as you yourselves looked that way back then. Right, Lacan? What do you mean he's still alive? Yes. Ridiculous. Didn't Ramses shoot him down? She was also on the gear that Ramses shut down. I won't have her die. But there is already a mother. Although she may be the antitype, as long as the current mother exists. As far as I see it, that is not complete. Quite picky, aren't you? Didn't you say you threw away all human emotions? I don't care what you think. Anyway, as far as he is concerned, I will put Ramses onto him. Whoops, I accidentally skipped it. Shoot. Where is he presently? Etranenk is destroyed, but part of the memory cube is still active. We should still be able to locate individuals. Wait a moment. He has left the crash site and is heading toward Ignis. I see. So he has left the area. That means it is only a matter of time before the seal is broken. Did you say something? It's nothing. Just sit there and wait for the good news. What about retrieving the girl? The key is already beginning to resonate. The time of the resurrection is near. We can get the girl anytime. It doesn't have to be now. Let's take our time. On my way to Ignis, I re-encountered him, Garam Ramses. Ramses once again stood in my way, in his Omnigear, Vendetta. It was an unavoidable battle. I released the new function that was added to my Mark II gear, System ID. Level attack infinite, right? So I can just infinitely do combos now. Wait, what happened? Where's my infinite attack power? Oh my god, that was it. I might actually die here. Okay. Ramses' absolute confidence was shattered, leaving only his cry of disbelief and resentment. Ramses' machine disappeared into a sea of foliage. Why was he so fixated on me? I know not why, but he did say this. If only you didn't exist. In order to disperse the nanomachines, Emeralda and I headed for one of the ruins of the Zeboim civilization, the mass driver facility. Fortunately, the facility was still active, which allowed us to proceed onto the central control room with little difficulty. Along the way, we saw various missiles and giant rockets that were created during the Zeboim era. They stood like tombstones of that ancient civilization. It was a graveyard for a race of people who destroyed each other over pride and arrogance. Once arriving at the central control room, we met up with Satan, who helped us activate the mass driver. We succeeded in launching the capsule containing the nanomachines, which would release the seal limiter. The nanomachines that were scattered into the upper atmosphere began to multiply and spread throughout the whole of the planet. The nanomachines glittered in the sunlight, flowing like a large river in the sky. That glitter would remove the bonds restraining everyone. It was to be our light of hope for regaining back our true freedom. Solaris' mobile surface supremacy weapon invaded the area with great force. Shevat and Nissan's standard gear battalion were no match against it. It was only a matter of time before the Solaris mobile weapon arrived in Nissan. After we pushed back the Solarian gear units, we headed for Norchun, to the Kislev capital's administrative district. We went there to obtain our one and only means of standing up against the mobile weapon. Sure, let's say. The Kislev capital's Norchun's capital administrative district itself was a secret battleship constructed by Bart's ancestor, Roni Fatima, after the Great War with Solaris many hundreds of years ago. The existence of the secret battleship remained hidden. Later the ship was turned into a section of the Kislev imperial capital during the founding of the empire. Uncovering this truth from some ancient records, Bart activated the secret battleship in order to fight against the Solarian mobile surface supremacy weapon. The sand cruiser Yggdrasil was actually the center of command and also the main secret weapon of the craft. Awakening from 500 years of dormancy, its true form appeared before us. Commanded by its new master, the secret battleship stood before the mobile weapon, with all of us inside of it. Hello Arionis, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. And hello Plum. How you guys, or guy and a girl, doing? Yeah, no problem. This is just... the game has turned from a game into a visual novel all of a sudden, with battles. Alright, transformation complete. Come on, monster, let's go. Yeah, they ran out of money and time. So apparently they finished like the end of the game, excuse me. And well, they finished like, I don't know, 70% of the game I guess. And then the end of the game. And in between that, it's kind of just descriptions of what happened and stuff. And battles going on. Hello Fenris, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why the guy left the company after that. But to be honest, I think it's over-ambitious game. I don't know. This game would be better if it had voice acting. But I don't think they'll ever remake this. The Solaris mobile weapon was destroyed, which brought a sigh of relief to the continent of Ignis. Peace was signed, and after some 500 years of division, the land of Ignis once again became united. Excitement spread throughout Aveh, Nisan, Kislev, Shevat. The sky shimmered as if to celebrate. By the hands of Eli, Setan, Torah, and Emeralda, the nanomachines have been dispersed into the atmosphere. That was when disaster struck. Our songs of victory were replaced by the sounds of total pandemonium. In the beginning, we had no idea what had transpired. We witnessed inexplicable phenomena. People from all parts of the globe began to mutate into abnormal forms. It seemed to be triggered when the nanomachines removed the limiter seal that was placed on humankind by Krelian in the past. The human form with its innate abilities released. That's when I remembered what Hammered had said back in Solaris. His words, what becomes of the normal humans? So, they are naturally germinating because the resurrection of God is near. Those who will become the body of our servant. I never knew so many would exist, even without using the key. But some of them still have not yet begun to germinate. Are they not destined to be the flesh of God? Or perhaps those are the enemies of God? Let us reactivate the strategic points of the Soylent. At any rate, they are just incomplete mutants. They are useless now, in their half-finished form. God's apostles. There cannot be any harm in having too many of them. The chains that restrain humankind have been removed because of you. But that doesn't mean there is anything wrong with our plan. Everything is still under control. In the event of the explosion in the capital of Solaris earlier, I had set up a nanomachine virus to diffuse into the atmosphere. I knew they were eventually going to break the seal, but the timing was a little close for comfort. The current mutations of humans are in initial response to the virus. Once the virus we spread over the world germinates inside of the humans, they are no longer the same. They change into uncontrollable form. We need humans to do not depend on the key's invocation in order to awaken. In other words, a being to take the place of the original body of God. It's like a Trojan horse released at the same time of the assimilation with God. A literal virus, but isn't it different from what they intended? Of course, we can't let them have it their way. The Ark of God is mine. Either way is fine by me. I will just side with whichever is the more certain one anyway. Welcome to Bedtime Stories. The Soylent System, a group of facilities formerly created by Solaris. These facilities existed all over the Earth. It is said that originally these were used for biological experiments and brainwashing. The people who mutated into what were called wells, or the true form of humans, gathered at these facilities. Some of the humans turned wells were attacking healthy humans and devouring their flesh and blood. That is because healthy human flesh and blood eased the pain of their sudden molecular changes and let them live longer. Their lives were so short. Soon after, severely mutated beings started to seek the flesh and blood of the less mutated beings. The Soylent System divides and merges those mutated bodies on molecular level. A set of facilities that recreate a more perfect single life form to be used as a weapon. Is the Matrix. This was the truth behind the Gazelle Ministry's M-Plan. Go to those facilities and you will be freed from the unbearable agony. So people gathered seeking a fulfillment of this promise. There is salvation there. The news spread, although no one actually uttered it. Their mutated blood probably told such people to gather there. We went there to destroy the Soylent System. Their humans fought amongst themselves greedily for limited pardons to live. It was an ugly battle to keep on living, or so it may have seemed to the casual passerby. But to me, they were desperately trying to live. It was each person's natural human form. There were the haves and the have-nots, and among them were some of my former friends from Solaris. They wanted our flesh and blood. They told us the haves should share with the have-nots. They asked if a have such as myself could understand their pain. I couldn't answer. No matter what I said, it would have sounded like a conceited have speaking. Even so, I wanted to relieve their anguish, and I decided to do so. Just like the person in the memory of my dreams in the distant past. Then suddenly the system went out of control. The Sufal mass, a monstrous organism still in the process of amalgamation, broke through the barrier of the life support facilities and stood before us. No longer of human form, that which was once human began eating the people gathered there seeking relief. It had to fight it, we had to fight it, in order to save the people and in order to save him. The eyes of that which was once human look at me, pleading for death to take away the agony. Oh man. It's so weird, it's just asking me the party members I want. It's like totally different game now, pretty much. At least for now. I think I can just give her the ether doubler and ether stone. Oops. Why can't I see this ether stone? Here we go. I think that should be... Or maybe... Let's give her some normal stuff. I don't know what's coming, actually. It's like... It's just foreign. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah. Resume. Yeah, apparently there's about 10-15 hours left. All this reading is making me hungry though. How's your day going, Plum? I hope you're having a good one. Oh, nice. I was telling my Japanese friend about this one game that I would like to play, but I told her it's only in Nipponese and she laughed at that. The name of the game is Oma God Toki, like an old PlayStation 1 game. I think it's a horror game, but I'm not sure. I might try playing it with Google Translate. Should look into the gameplay at least. That's what she said. Wait, what? I did play one game in Japanese. No, 2 games. but one of them doesn't really count because I replayed it right before that and I kind of remembered all the stuff in English. It's kind of like, you know, playing FIFA, I don't know, 22, but Japanese version. What am I doing? Can do it. When I was playing Dragon Quest 4, yeah, that was, I played it in the PlayStation 1 version is only Japanese. I used Google Translate for some of the parts, just to see what Google translates it into. And there's a part where the princess, when a guard meets the princess and tells her that she needs to go home because the king is waiting or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But Google Translate said the king is hard. I think I have the screenshot of the translation somewhere. Like, okay, Google Translate, go take a shower. Sky attack, pilot shield, gold bullion, and I'm rich. I don't know why it's giving me money when there's nothing going on. But I think it's giving you perhaps like the total of what you would earn up until the boss. Satan, please lend me your sword.
I'm sorry. I guess I couldn't help you after all. All I can do for you now is ease your wounds. I'm so sorry.
Ellie, you...
Please listen to me. Stop fighting among yourselves. We are all humans. This facility was built by Solaris Ministry. It was created to implement their no-waste plan. Such facilities were to convert mutated humans into weapons that serve as tools for their ambitions. Just one part of their overall plan of racial purification. Of course, once you entered their umbrella of protection, you can avoid absolute death. But is that human life? Even if you are the only ones left, if you're devoid of heart, what does it all mean? All of you want to be loved, needed by someone, so we look to others. By ourselves, we are lonely, so we try to draw close together to live. That's what it means to be human. That's how people live. A single hand cannot clap. To relieve your pain, I'll give however much of my flesh you need. Therefore, don't throw away your dignity as humans. Don't let go of your human heart. Ellie, are you okay? What are you doing? You think I am doing something foolish? No. If only I did what I could. I only did what I could. Maybe I'm a hypocrite, a well-to-do have. Maybe it's only pity for the have-nots. But if I can know the joy of giving out a little of life within me, then maybe someday it may be just possible that one human can truly love to another, truly give love to another. People can do it. I truly believe they can. That's why... Ellie. After that, we went from place to place destroying all the Soylent System facilities located on the surface of Earth and freed the people held at each of the locations. All the people that had been mutated were taken in by Nissan, where they received treatment. Those who had mutated only mildly were treated. Those who had mutated only mildly were treated with Taurus nanomachines, which reconstructed and revived them. They were able to return back to their normal bodies. Unfortunately, there were some that had much accelerated symptoms that their treatment was not as promising. Trying to bring them back to a form that resembled a human was the best that could be done. However, mysteriously they no longer fought each other for survival as they did when they were held by the Soylent System. Of course, the recovery from the physical pain of the mutation may have played a factor, but it wasn't only that. The majority of the people received by Nissan were those that had been admonished by Ellie and had regained their humanity. Between her work in destroying the Soylent System facilities, Ellie also went around and nursed the people in Nissan. She aided the bodies of the mutated and lent an ear to those who had no longer place to go for help. She was the very image of the woman who created Nissan, Mother Sophia. It became rumored that Ellie was a reincarnation or a second advent of Sophia. Go to Nissan and you will receive salvation. The news seemed to spread further about and people came from all over this to be saved, both physically and spiritually. Free from the supervision of Solaris, the surface dwellers began to unite in one place. The germinating of those destined to be the body of the servant of God. As before, the humans are gathering in Nissan at this rate. Not to fear, this might actually be helpful for us. The time is near. Should we not prepare for those who are to become the fleshy body of God and those who will awaken God? The time has come to activate the Geisha key. What? Cain? What more do you intend to do? I cannot allow you to use the key. Cain, what are you doing? Without the resurrection of God, our purpose cannot be fulfilled. Or are you planning on perishing with God, Cain, without fulfilling our purpose? Your purpose. You were fated to it from your birth. Why haven't you realized that it does not arise from your own free will? I've heard enough. Yes, this is of our own volition. If you still insist on opposing us, have you forgotten? You are my subordinates. I can destroy you if I so desire. We have already done our part. It's time to pass the helm to the next generation. The people will not perish. Why do they have to blind me every time? Hello, Fenris. It's always about love. That's why some people hate Japanese RPGs. Because it's always about the power of friendship. Although the initial impact of being released from the limiter seal caused some momentary chaos, everything slowly began to settle down. We then began to search for the anima relics, the catalyst to transform gears into omni-gears. In the past, 10 relics had been recovered. It is said that about half of those are in the hands of the Ministry. According to Zephyr, there should be several more relics hidden in the land. We knew then that Solaris would most certainly be searching for them. There was no way we could allow Solaris to have them. We visited the place where, using archaic records, Zephyr and her people had been able to get clues on the whereabouts of the relics. Following the information we obtained from there, we headed toward the ruins of what seemed to be the ancient civilization. What is going on? Oh. "54 hours. I'm hoping to be done within 2 streams. Finished. Got so much money, I don't even know what to do with it. I mean, there might be upgrades in this place. It's kind of weird how they upgrade, how you upgrade the gears. It's not through leveling, but you just buy upgrades. But I think I'm gonna call it here for today. It's been a pretty long stream already. And I'm not really much in the mood for reading anymore. But I appreciate everyone for stopping by. Let's see. Thank you Fenris and Plum and Arianis for the raid. Thank you Moist, Dawn, names. Who else was here? Arma, Pyrexia, Warhawk, Tux. I'm really missing somebody. Oh my god. Moist, what are you still doing up? You're so bad. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more Xenogears and read some more. I mean, I would like to get through the reading section tomorrow at least. So that day after that, I just have the play section. But who knows? I never played this before. I don't know how much more there is left or what's going on. But you guys have a nice Thursday or Friday, wherever you live. And I'm gonna rate Kaze, who's playing some Rune Factory 3. Until then, have a good one and bye. No, you go to bed.